Back at it again. Okay, where are we? Here I am. Oh shit. Ah! Maybe I should rock the white light or the both light because I have a ton of sunlight at this time of day coming in through the side basement window. But what's going on is day 3. We are on Boot.dev on the Python chapter, the beginning chapter. We're continuing on. So if this is the first time joining me, I do this about 4 hours a day, or try to do it for about 4 hours a day. Monday through Friday, I think, is the initial schedule, and I will adjust after this week. And then at nighttime, I usually stream for a couple hours. Currently, I'm playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which is fucking awesome, by the way, if you haven't gotten it. You just got to get by the early... I feel like the beginning of the game is the biggest struggle. And then my base game is Path of Exile 2, so... I think I'm going to be streaming Path of Exile 2 tonight, too, because I'm going to need practice for there's like an upcoming race, so... Yeah. So we'll continue on with the Python. I think we're about halfway through. A little bit more than halfway through. Okay.
Lists. A natural way to organize and store data is in a list. Some languages call them arrays, but in Python we just call them lists. Think of all the apps you use and how many of the items in the app are organized into lists. For example, an X, formerly Twitter feed, is a list of posts. An online store is a list of products. The state of a chess game is a list of moves. This list is a list of things that are lists. Lists in Python are declared using square brackets, with commas separating each item. Inventory equals iron breastplate, healing potion, leather scraps. Lists can contain items of any data type. In our example above, we have a list of strings. Assignment. Let's work on Fantasy Quest's inventory. We can store items the player is carrying in a list. Fix our getInventory function by adding shortsword to the end of the list.
Okay. So, just wants to add short sword, right? It doesn't have to be text, right? It can be anything too. So it returns with the brackets too. Interesting. Okay. And then also what I do is I just try to make sure that the whatever I produce is the same as whatever the answer key is, and if it's not, then I try to understand why it's different, even though, like, if mine works and it's a different answer here. Because sometimes, like, I did one where it was like an if statement. I didn't need to do an if statement, but I got it through with an if statement, so I was just like, okay, whatever. Sometimes when we're manually creating lists, it can be hard to read if all the items are on the same line of code. We can declare the list by using multiple lines if we want to. Flower types, open bracket, daffodil, rose, chrysanthemum, close bracket. Player ages, open bracket, 23, 18, 31, 42, close bracket. Writing it this way with readability and organization, especially if there are many items or if some of the items are too long, keep in mind this is just a styling change. The code will run correctly either way. Okay. When would you declare a list on multiple lines? When there are only a few items? When there are many items and it's hard to read them all in one line? Yeah. When the array contains strings instead of numbers? No. Which types can be stored in a list? Strings, numbers, booleans, all of them. Booleans, true, false. Which index refers to the second item in a list? Oh. We'll let this one
Counting
read.
and programming. In the world of programming, counting is a bit strange. We don't start counting at 1, we start at 0 instead.
Yeah.
Indexes.
This was fucking throwing me off because when we were doing... Not indexes, loops. If I is equal to 4, it's like 0, 1, 2, 3. It's the 4x exclusive. So I'm like, I got so tripped up on the thing where you had to do like double the damage per swing and then 4 times the damage for your last swing in a flurry. That fucking threw me for a loop.
Each item in a list has an index that refers to its spot in the list.
No pun intended.
Take the following list as an example. Names equal Bob, Lanus, Branner. Index 0, Bob. Index 1, Lane. Index 2, Alice. Index 3, Branner.
So there's 4, but it starts at 0. Okay. Which index refers to the second item in the list? 1. Now that we know how to create new lists, we need to know how to access... fucking armpit's so itchy. How to access specific items in the list. We access items in a list directly by using their index. Indexes start at 0, the first item, and increment by 1 with each successive item. The syntax is as follows. Best languages equals JavaScript, Go, Rust, Python, C. Print best languages 1. Prints Go because index 1 was provided. Okay, yep. Assignment. We need to allow our players to access items in their in their inventories. Fix our get leather straps function by changing the value of item index to index in inventory that holds the value leather straps. So item index, leather straps is in the one position, right? So we want 1. Expecting leather straps, actual leather straps. Because we're trying to index 1. Right, okay.
List length. The length of a list can be calculated using the len function. Fruits equals apple, banana, pear. Length equals len fruits. The length of the list is equal to the number of items present. Don't be fooled by the fact that the length is not equal to the index of the last element. In fact, it will always be 1 greater. Assignment. Some of our players' inventories are huge, so looking through the entire list is cumbersome. Let's find an easy way for us to get the index of the last item in their inventory. Complete the getLastIndex function so that it returns the length of the inventory list, -1.
So we want the length of the list. Len inventory. Turn length. The length is equal to the number of items present. Don't be fooled by the fact that the length is not equal to the index of the last element. In fact, it will always be 1 greater. So is it just the length of the inventory -1? Because the 0 is inclusive and the 4, or whatever, the last number is exclusive. Well, you start at 0 rather. That's what I meant to say. Yeah. Oh, you don't even have to do length equals just len inventory. Okay. Gotcha.
List updates. We can also change the item that exists at a given index. For example, we can change leather to leather armor in the inventory list in the following way. Inventory equals leather, iron ore, healing poses, leather armor. Inventory, leather armor, iron ore, healing potion. Assignment. Fantasy Quest is trialing a new inventory system for their hardcore game mode. If a player has iron ore or an iron bar, it is always stored in the second inventory slot, and they can only have one or the other. Let's finish the smelt ore function. When a player tries to smelt iron ore, we need to change it into an iron bar, but only if they already have iron ore in their inventory slot.
Okay, so it's in the 1. So we need to convert the iron ore to iron bar. If they smelt the ore. So inventory one. That's the position of the iron ore. We want to change that to iron ore. Oops. Inputs iron bar, expecting iron bar, actual iron ore. Let's finish the smelt ore function. When the player tries to smelt iron ore, we need to change it to iron bar. But if they already have iron ore in the... Let's finish the smelt iron. When the player tries to smelt iron ore, we need to change it to iron bar, but only if they have iron ore in their inventory. If... So if it's they own, but only if they have iron ore in the inventory. So how do I query the iron ore in slot 1? Item index 1. So if item index bear with me. Item index 1. Okay. Then we change the inventory 1 to iron ore. Else inventory one So the issue is if they have a bar, it stays a bar. If they have nothing, it stays nothing. If they have iron ore, it turns into an iron bar. not. It's not iron, or How do I make it so it's like unchanged? If I do else if. So you have nothing, it'll come out as nothing. So I want to query the second slot, which is leather scraps, but in my case it's iron ore. Item index equals 1. Expecting leather straps gets leather straps. Return inventory item index. I think I'm overcomplicating this. When a player tries to smell iron ore, we need to change the iron bar, but only if they have an iron ore in their inventory slot. If it's iron bar, it will stay iron bar. If it's nothing, it'll stay nothing. So else would be like do nothing. Hold on, how do I redo this? Reset lesson. You cannot earn any previously claimed rewards, and this will rewrite any code you may have written. Just for this. Okay, good. So iron ore is in the inventory 1. So inventory 1 is going to change to iron bar, which is like the base of it. That's it. What if your input is nothing, or your input is iron bar? Yeah, she was wrong. Oh. Input is iron ore, comes out iron bar, iron bar. Input is none, expecting none. Actual is iron bar. That's the one I was talking about. If you have nothing, expect nothing, but you actually print it out an iron bar. So if inventory 1. Oh no, we're not trying to change the inventory. I'm just trying to figure out what's in that spot. So if item index the inventory of the item index 1 equals none. Turn best languages 1. So if inventory 1 equals none. Inventory 1 equals none. If inventory 1 none cannot assign to subscript here, you may mean equals instead of equals. So if inventory 1 is the same as none, return none. Else inventory 1 equals bar, iron bar. Right, so that's the only time, like if you go to smelt, if you don't have anything, it'll return none. But if you have ore or a bar, it'll return a bar. Or return as a bar. I think this will work. Oh, okay. I should have like a little like notebook to keep some notes and shit as I go along, because then it'll be good to like reference. This one is lists. Python lists. So index. That was my bub. When a player tries to smell iron ore, we need to change it to iron bar, but only if he has iron bar. Copied that. So this was the solution, right? So let me try to understand this. If inventory slot 1 is equal to iron ore, change inventory slot 1 slot 2, but inventory 1 to iron bar, return the inventory. So I said if inventory 1 is none, equal to none, return none. Otherwise, if inventory 1 equals iron bar. I don't think my way's quite, because like what if you have this scenario where something else is in the inventory slot too, right? It could lead to issues like down the road, I think. I thought I had Notepad++. I do. All right, so this is better. Then I'll have like a running notebook of things that I can look back on instead of having to click back here and then coming back and try to figuring it out. Okay, I guess I could open like multiple tabs, but Okay. Cool.
Appending in Python. It's common to create an empty list, then fill it with values using a loop. We can add values to the end of a list using the .append method. Cards equal cards.append NVIDIA, cards.append AMD. The cards list is now NVIDIA AMD. Assignment. We need to generate a unique user ID for each player in the game. An ID is just a unique number that identifies a user. Let's finish the generate user list function. In the body of the loop, use the incrementing value I as unique IDs and append them to the player IDs list.
So this would be player IDs dot append what are we appending? Use the incrementing value I as unique IDs to append the value to I. And I is in range of numbers from 0 to the total number of users. Can access the local variable I where there is not associated with a value. I in range of... Do I have to type out the whole thing? Return player IDs. Does this work like this? Expect an indent block for statement on line 4. Expecting 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Inputs 5. Actual 4. Just spitting out the last number. I'm getting the Boolean. I in range from 0 total number of users. Players IDs. List. Append. the list. Yeah, isn't it just I in range of number of users? But then it comes out, the statement comes out as true when you return player IDs. Takes exactly one argument, 0 given. Be I. Am I putting this in the wrong spot? Let's put it in the wrong spot. It's an order of operations. Because you have the player IDs list. And then you're setting I in range to 0 to the total number of users. So that's your I values. And then we're going to append in the I values, which needs to come after defining I. Pop values.
Pop values. .pop is the opposite of .append. Pop removes
Okay,
the
so
last
remove.
element from a list and returns it for use. For example, vegetables equals broccoli, cabbage, kale, tomato. Last core vegetable equals vegetables.pop. Vegetables equals broccoli, cabbage as vegetable equals tomato. Assignment. Our player is selling the items in their inventory to the shopkeep. Pop the last element from the inventory list until there is nothing left. Pop the elements into an item variable so that each prints in turn on line 19. Note: while .pop typically removes the last item of a list, it can also be used to remove an item at a specific index. For example, vegetables.pop1 would remove cabbage from the list. This can be useful when you need to remove items from other positions in your list.
Okay, so pop the last... Our player's selling the items in their inventory to a shopkeep. Pop the last element from the inventory list until there's nothing left to pop. Pop the elements into an item variable so each prints to turn on line 19. So for I in range of from 0 to the inventory, we will pop. Pop the last element until there is nothing left to pop in the elements into. Pop the elements into an item variable so that each prints it in turn on line 19. Print selling item. So is the item equals inventory pop? Tattered cloth, selling tattered cloth. Right, it's gone. Leather scraps, short sword, kite shield, iron bar, healing potion, inventory nothing. Item equals inventory dot pop. Okay. And then we give it no value because it's going to pop the last item on the list.
Counting the items in a list. Remember that we can iterate over all the elements in a list using a loop. For example, the following code will print each item in the sports list. For I in range 0 len sports, print sports I. Assignment. Our players need a way to see how many copies of a specific item they have within their inventory. Let's finish the getItemCounts function. Within the loop, check if the items are a potion, bread, or short sword, then add up how many there are of each by incrementing the potion count, bread count, and short sword count variables respectively. Tip: the example shows you how to access the values in a list. Combine this with what you know about comparison and assignment operators to complete the assignment.
All right. With the finished item counts function, within the loop, check to see if the items are potion, bread, or short sword. Then add up how many there are of each by incrementing the potion count, bread count, and sword count variables respectively. Oh, I see. So it inputs like potion. Or we can iterate over all elements in the list using a loop. For example, the following code would print each item in the sports list. Len items. Link to the items. So we printed bread, potion, sword, bread. Potion, sword, buckler, iron mace. Return potion count, bread count, short sword count. So potion count equals items. Potion's not necessarily in the second spot, is it? It can be anywhere in the list. Equals potion. So it's just like the word potion in the items list. Like this. Potion is not defined. Do. This prints out all the items, so we see all the items. And then we got to use like if comparison and assignment operators. So is it more like if items I equals potion no. Potion count. Do. So if items I equals potion count, Add to potion count. Add 1 to potion count. Something like that. Oh, but it's not, it's like the text bread. Then this would be bread count plus 1. Short sword. Like that. So if the items in the list are potion, you add potion count gets plus 1. The items are bread count gets plus 1. If it's short sword gets plus 1. And then it counts every time it's in it. So like the first one has 2 bread. Oh, why was it printing out all the words though? Oh, I don't want to print the items. So there's 2 potions, a short sword, but we don't give a shit about buckler or iron mace, and there's no bread. So, okay, so 2 pesos. Let's kind of see how they wrote it. It would be interesting, see if it's different. Oh, very similar. Don't need this line. Items I. Okay, so this is like redundant right here.
No index syntax. In my opinion, Python has the most elegant syntax for iterating directly over the items in a list without worrying about index numbers. If you don't need the index number, you can use the following syntax. Trees equals oak, pine, maple. For tree in trees, print tree. Prints oak, pine, maple, tree. The variable declared using the in keyword directly accesses the value in the list rather than the index of the value. If we don't need to update the item and only need to access its...
Hold on a second. So trees list is oak, pine, maple. For tree and trees, print tree, prints oak, pine, maple. Tree, the variable declared using the in word directly accesses the value in the list rather than index of the value. So we have to declare it in. The variable declared using the in keyword directly accesses the value in the list rather than the index of the value. If we don't need to update the item and only need to access its value, then it is a more clean way to write the code. This is one of those statements where it's like, I wish they used different words instead of tree and trees. So tree, the variable declared using the in word, so that variable, we would say it's fucking A, directly accesses the value in the list rather than index of that value, of the value. Okay. If you don't need to update the item and only need to access its value, then it's a more clean way to write the code. Okay. I think I understand. When should we use no index syntax? When we need to write code that is harder to read, when we don't need to know the index, just the value, when the index starts at 0. So we just need to know the value. Alright, same text. Which method of writing for loops is considered more clean, assuming you don't need the index? Oh, so it's like this. For I in range of 0 to len items. For item in items. Okay. This is a better example here. I wish this was over here instead of the tree one. Or they included like for I in range of 0, you know, to len trees. It's just length. Okay.
Find an item in a list. Practice the no index or no range syntax. For fruit in fruits, print fruit. Assignment. We need to check if a player has a specific item in their inventory. In the contains leather scraps function, use the no index syntax to iterate over each item in items. If you find an item called leather scraps, set the found variable to true.
Use the no index syntax to iterate over each item in items. So for item in items, so they have leather scraps, don't have leather scraps. And so then this is just from here. If you find an item called leather scraps, set the found variable to true. If item equals leather scraps. Found equals true. Always forget the colon. So for item and items, print item prints all the items in the list. We gotta remove that. But if the item is equal to leather scraps, found is equal to true. Right, so this. Nice. It's been so long since I played a fucking Dynasty Warriors. Yeah, so my notebook actually helped because then I could reference the previous things that we were doing. Actually worked out pretty good.
Find the increase. Assignment. We keep track of each character's level in a list. When someone levels up, we want to know about it so we can congratulate them. Your assignment is to compare the old character levels and new character.
Dude, the ting sound and the golden swirl from World of Warcraft is like unrivaled. Best level up.
To levels lists, and to print the index where a character's level increased. The existing code in the loop you've been given loops over all of the indexes in old character levels. Because old character levels and new character levels are the same lengths, you can reuse I to index into both.
I have to reread that.
Fill in the loop with code that prints the indexes where the item in the first list is less than the item in the second list. We don't want to congratulate someone for staying the same level, or somehow leveling down. For example, if the lists are old character levels equals 25375,
Thanks, babe.
new character levels equals 251978, then your code should print these indexes. 24.
The flavor enhancer. Need some tequila to go with my lime. I'll swap you a half-eaten lime for a spoon. Thanks. I can't see my camera. Hold on. Ow! Ow! I also don't want to spill this, but... It's a white chicken chili. Like tortilla, cheese, chicken, corn, beans, sour cream, avocado, tortilla chips. It's like what do you call it? It's almost like a enchilada without the tortilla, the big tortilla. All right. Yeah, I noticed that when I do this, to studying, right, I get hungry because I'm using more calories because I'm actually fucking learning something. But if I don't eat lunch and then like 2-3 o'clock rolls around, I'm fucking toast. because I hadn't been eating, so my blood sugar is so low. It gets to the point where I'm just like, at the end. So I need to eat something midway through. But anyways, we keep track of each other. So we're doing a character level up. I guess I can level down. It's kind of interesting. The existing code in the loop, we've been given loops and all of the indexes in old character levels, because old character levels and new character levels are the same lengths. That's weird. You can use I to index them both. Oh, I guess it's a more difficult problem if they're not the same length. But they're probably just making it simple for this problem's sake. Fill in the loop with code that prints indexes. Fill in the loop with code that prints the indexes where the item in the first list is less than the item in the second list. We don't want to congratulate them on staying the same level or somehow leveling down, for example. And your code should print these indexes. Right, because 19 is greater than 3 and 8 is greater than 5. Oh, I have to... Oh, here's the levels. I was just printing to see these. So we have to compare the two indexes and find the difference. So for for old character level, and old character levels. Oh, that's what literally the first one is. I'm retyping the first line of the line above. The other thing I wanted to do on top of like Boot.dev is watch some of the courses, like the introductory Harvard course and shit like that. And there's some other programs and applications I think would be good to like peek at. Maybe I need to put that shit in order for when I eat lunch during the stream. Okay, so for I in range of the length of the old character levels list, We want we want each number in the list to be different from the new character levels. So if new character levels list do I have to specify I in this? New character levels iterations is greater than is greater than old character levels list.
Good evening and welcome. I'm Bernice, and I'll be serving you today.
We want
A drink? Some snacks? Oh, a little flames! Mocktails exercise. Snacks are real nice. Sodas sound much
fill the loop and code which indexes the items in the first list less than. Fill in the loop with the code that prints the index where the item in the first list is less than the item in the second list. The new code should print these indexes. I'm getting hot, man. Hot food with a heater on me. Sweatpants. It's a little bit. It's been warmer out too. Do I have to put I in here? Invalid syntax. Okay, so it has to have a value. Old character level is less than or equal to new print. That's not right. Fine range of 0 to the length of old character levels. Oh. Is this supposed to be, like the list? The index. Is it not less than and equals to? It just says less than. Oh, it's right. It is less than. It's not less than or equal to. We don't want to congratulate someone on the same level or starting with some level. For example, lists are. So old character levels, new character levels. For iron range of the length of old character levels. If old character levels index is less than new characters levels index, return new character levels. Index? That ain't right. And you need to return the difference. $45, that's right. 54 is right, and 38 is right. Wait. Why is this not working? It's printing the right thing, but it's not returning the right thing. Or is there supposed to be a print? Oh, the return might be in the wrong spot. Oh my god, it fucking... Like the inconvenient... Did you ever see this shit? Like inconvenient tools or something like that? I hate it when you're eating something that's like soupy and it fucking drops into your soup. A 1-inch centimeter ruler. Oh my god, that would suck. Although, this would work for Voldemort and people with no noses. chain fork. That's actually sick. I actually love this. This would be my gravy pour. Is my return in the wrong spot? No. So why does the return not work, but the print works? Print. Character level increases at indexes 45, 54, 38. Correct. I heard the new Yakuza game is pretty good. Like a pirate. That was good. Limey. Very limey. So it's printing correctly. But it's not returning correctly. Do I have to append it? I have no armor. I'm fucked if I get this wrong. Oh, this is for current level. So per level, it's about 2,000 XP. I want to submit it just to see if it's right or wrong. I feel like it's right, but I don't like how when I try to return it. See if I can Google it. Printing. Python works, but not returning. Calling your function, but you're not using the return value. You can save the result to the return value and then print it. So if the old character level is less than the new character level, print it. Print the new character level. I think this is gonna get me fucking... It's gonna scream at me. I can't append the I. That's not right. Alright, I'm just gonna submit the print value one. But we need to return. We need to store the value of this new character levels. Or can I print the whole thing? Like print, check. Your function is returning a value, but the value isn't being printed because you haven't asked for it to be printed. It's printing. It's 45, 54, 38. It's only returning that. Return versus print. I know it's something fucking simple and I'm just like completely overlooking this right now. The instructions specifically ask you to print the index where the character's levels increase, but your code is printing the new value instead. Oh, shit. Where the character's level increased. I see. So they want 0. They want 2, 3, 2, 3, 7. For example, if someone went to level 43 to level 45 at index 2, you're currently printing 45, but you should be printing 2, right? What simple change would you make to your print statement to show the index instead of the value? New character levels index. Return inventory item index. So instead of returning I want index. No. I want like the index position. I don't want the new character levels. Print just I? Oh shit. I also misread the question. I think that's what was a big part of it. Just reverse logic statement print I.
Find max infinity. The built-in float function can create a numeric floating point value of negative infinity. Instead of initializing a base value like 0 or nth sound, we can use float -inf to represent negative infinity. Because every value will be greater than negative infinity, we can use it as a starting point to help us achieve our goal of finding the max value. Negative infinity equals float -inf. Positive infinity equals float inf.
This is what I was looking for when we were doing the it's not division, but it's like the number symbol. If you have a remainder, this is the function I was looking for, was negative infinity or positive infinity.
Assignment. Our players want a way to see their strongest attack from their last combat. Let's add another function to analyze data from our combat log. Complete the find max function that looks at each number in the nums list and returns the maximum value. If no maximum is found, it just returns negative infinity. I've added it for you as the starting value of max so far. For example, max score val equals 410.22. Print max val. Tip: max so far is just that, the highest number from the list so far. It starts as negative infinity because any and every number is larger than negative infinity.
Players want to see the way strongest attack from their last combat. Let's add another function to analyze data from our combat log. Complete the find max function that looks at each number in the nums list and returns it to the maximum value. If no maximum is found, it just returns negative infinity. I've added it to you for you as the starting value of max so far. So max value. Find max. In nums. Print. Or max so far. Previous line repeated 985 more times. Max so far is just the highest number from our list so far. It starts as a negative infinity because at any angle it's higher than negative. Expecting 5, expecting 300. Actual none. Complete the find max function that looks at each number in the nums. Find max. Oh. Define find max. Max value for yeah. Looks at the number in the nums in the list and returns it to maximum value. If no maximum is found, it just returns negative infinity. Complete the function. It just I've added it for your starting value of max so far. For example, max value equals find max. Print the max value. So max so far. Equals find max of the nums. No, that's not right. That's the function we're making. Okay. So max so far is the index of the inputs. So nums. Negative infinity to nums. They're not gonna have negative values though, right? List object cannot be interpreted as integer. So is this supposed to be like positive infinity? So it'll spit back negative infinity. Complete the find max function that looks at each number in the nums list and returns the maximum value. So I'm comparing it to itself. So it's if num is greater than do I have to type it like this, like float negative infinity? Print nums. Fire burning. I don't have max so far tied into anything. If num index is greater than float negative infinity, Max so far. Equals nums. I needed to make it the greatest value in the nums. Or like the largest value. Let's see what he has to say. Buy baked salmon. Wait, what? Add money? You're comparing each number to float negative infinity. But shouldn't we be comparing each number to max so far instead? Max so far. When you find a bigger number, you're setting max so far equals to nums. This assigns the entire list to max so far, but we just want an individual number, right? Find a bigger number, you're setting max so far equals nums. This assigns the entire list to max so far, but we just want an individual number. We're appending it, right? Because it's like... Oh, it's not an appending. I'm a little bit stuck on that one. Just want the individual number. So max so far equals... Let's think about this step by step. For the list 1, 2, 3, we start with max so far is equal to negative infinity. 1 is bigger than max so far. Yes. Finally, what should we return? Should return the number. Max so far equals... If the index of numbers is greater than negative infinity, doesn't it just it equal nums in that position? In that index position? Elaborate to so in your code you have max so far equals nums. This is assigning the entire list of nums to max so far. For example, if nums is 1 2 3, max so far becomes 1 3. It's not what we want. So we want to assign the individual number we're looking at. Use when loop. When using a loop with range, we can access the current number using the index like this. Current number equals nums I. So when you find a number it's bigger than max so far, you want to update max so far with just that number, not the whole list. Try updating the code with this in mind. Yes. Inside your loop, you want to get the current number using nums I. Compare that current number with max so far. Yeah, if it's greater than. If it's bigger than, okay, if it's greater than max so far, because max so far can change to a positive integer. If it's bigger, update max so far with just that number. Or is it nums 0? Because it's just a swing, right? In the first spot. So just printing out the first value here. So it's not running through the whole, all the inputs. From 0 to the length of nums, if nums index is greater than max for max. Very close. There's just one small but important issue. The return statement inside your if statement and loop. This means that the function will return as soon as it finds any number bigger than max so far, rather than checking all the numbers in the list. For example, with the list 1 3 5 8, the first number is bigger than infinity, so it returns 1. It never goes back to check 5, 3, or 8. Where should we move the return statement so we check all the numbers in the list before? Oh, okay. It should be at the 4, right? Yeah, one more. It's important having the return in the right spot. So max so far equals negative infinity. For I in range from 0 to the length of numbers in the number set. If num's I is greater than max so far equals num's I. This is an order of operations. And then return max so far to have it keep going through the whole list. I see. That one was tough. My brain kind of got hiccuped on it for a second.
Modulo operator in Python. The modulo operator can be used to find a remainder.
Modulo.
For example, 7 modulo 2 would be 1, because 2 can be multiplied evenly into 7 at most 3 times. 2, 3 equals 6. Then there is 1 remaining to get from 6 to 7. 7 minus 6 equals 1. The operator is the percent sign %. It's important to recognize modulo is not a percentage though. That's just the symbol we're using. Remainder equals 8%, 3 remainder equals 2. An odd number is a number that when divided by 2, the remainder is not 0. Assignment. Inside the loop.
Okay, what colors you got? I got green, red, yellow. That's weird. I got gray, dark gray, light gray. Ah, motherfucker. I'm colorblind.
In the get odd numbers function, use the modulo operator to check if each number, I, is odd. If a number is odd, append it to the odd numbers list. The function already returns the odd numbers list for you. Num is an integer.
Okay, an odd number is a number that when divided by 2, the remainder is not 0. Inside the loop, in the get odds number function, use the modulo operator to check if each number I is odd. If the number is odd, append it to the odds numbers list. The function already returns odd numbers list for you. Num is an integer. So if I guess it's just I module 2. Doesn't equal 0. It's like, does not. Then we want to append it to odds number lists. So odd numbers dot append I. Right, because it's only going to spit out odd numbers. Run? Nope. Unsupported operand type for percent list and int. Or did I just write I? I didn't need the brackets. Expecting 13579, yeah. Expecting 13579, 11 to 19, yeah. So if I modulo 2 does not equal 0, odd numbers append to I, and then return odd numbers. Okay. Oh. Meant to click next. Slicing lists. Alright, cool.
Slicing.
We have this raw data, you know? We want to cut it up, parse it, do different things with
Lists. Python makes it easy to slice and dice lists to work only with the section you care about. One way to do this is to use the simple slicing operator, which is just a colon. With this operator, you can specify where to start and end the slice, and how to step through the original list. List slicing returns a new list from the existing list. The syntax is as follows: my list, start, stop, step. For example, scores equals 50, 70, 30, 20, 90, 10, 50. Display list. Print scores 1, 5. Print
scores 152, so that would be 70. 10. 30. The syntax is as follows: my list, start, stop, step. Oh. Start at 1, stop at 5. 1. So 70 at 10 by 2. 60. I'm a little bit confused by this. Start, stop, step.
It's 70-20. The above reads as, give me a slice of the scores list from index 1.
Right, so give me the slice of the scores from index 1 here. Up to but not include, up to and not including 5, so. One, two, three, four. So it's this. Skipping every second value. Okay, so 70, 20, that's it. Because there's only 4 values. Okay, I see it.
Up to but not including
It's a good example.
5, skipping every second value. All of the sections are optional. Omitting sections. You can also omit various sections, start, stop, or step. For example, numbers 3 means get all items from the start up to, but not including index 3. Numbers 3 means get all items from index 3 to the end. Numbers equals 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 gives 0, 1, 2. Numbers 3 gives 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Using only the step section. Numbers equals 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Numbers 2 gives 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. Negative indices. Negative indices count from the end of the list.
Okay.
For example, numbers 9 as 1 gives the last item in the list. Numbers 9 as 2 gives the second last item, and so on. Numbers equals 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Numbers 3 gives 7, 8, 9. Assignment.
I see.
Complete the give and get champion slices function. It takes a list of champions and should return 3 new lists based on the given champions. First, return a slice of the champions list that starts with the third champion and goes to the end of the list. Next, return a slice of the champions list that starts at the beginning of the list and ends with the third champion from the end, inclusive. Last, return a slice of the champions list that only includes the champions in even-numbered indexes. Tip: remember, you can return multiple values from a function by separating them with commas. Return value 1, value 2, value 3.
Alright, so return a slice of the champions list that starts with the third champion, goes to the end of the list. So we want this one. So champions. Starts with the third champion, goes to the end of the list, so 3. Then turn champions. Starts at the beginning of the list and ends with the third champion from the end. Do, 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 do. Starts at the beginning of the list. Okay, so I don't have to punch anything in. Ends with the third champion from the end being inclusive. So like -3. Where were the negatives? So the end -3 being inclusive, so -2. And champions. List that only includes the champion in even numbered indexes. So just : 2, because we don't have a start or finish. We want evens. Starts with the third champion. So this is actually supposed to be 2, because the list starts at 0.
List operations concatenate. Concatenating two lists, smushing them together, is easy in Python. Just use the plus operator. Total equals 1, 2, 3, plus 4, 5, 6. Print total. Prints 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Assignment. Fantasy Quest allows users to keep lists of their favorite items. Your job is to finish the concatenate favorites function. It takes 3 different lists: the player's favorite weapons, favorite armor, and favorite items. Create a new list that combines the list's favorite weapons, favorite armor, and favorite items in this order. Return the list containing the combined favorites.
Oh, so I just gotta put them all together. Concatenate favorites is equal to favorite weapons, armor, plus favorite weapons, plus favorite items. Oh, my ordering is different. I guess it doesn't really matter. I guess it does. So I don't need to do this. I can just do...
List operations contains. Checking whether a value exists in a list is also really easy in Python. Just use the in keyword. Fruits equals apple, orange, banana. Print banana in fruits.
Banana.
Prints, true assignment. Our players have requested an in-game feature that will allow them to type in a weapon name to check if it's in the list of top weapons in the realm. Complete the isTopWeapon function. It should return true if the weapon is in the top weapons list, otherwise it should return false.
Gotcha. Return weapon. In top weapons. Sword of Justice is true. Bronze Mace, false. Piece of shit. Sword of Slashing, true.
List deletion. Python has a built-in keyword del that deletes items from objects. In the case of a list, you can delete specific indexes or entire slices. Nums equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Delete the fourth item. Del nums3 print nums. Output 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Delete the second item up to, but not including, the fourth item. Nums equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Del nums 1, 3. Print nums. Output 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Delete all elements. Nums 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Del nums, print nums. Output. Assignment. In Fantasy Quest, there is a list of strongholds on the map that players can visit to defeat powerful bosses. Let's update the trim strongholds function to delete the first stronghold from the list. Delete the last 2 strongholds from the list.
Delete strongholds. Zero, right? Delete. We want to delete the first one and the last 2. So that would be -1. I always have trouble with the exclusive. The right side is exclusive. The left side is inclusive. So it's minus. It's -3. No, -2. Wait, why did we delete more in the beginning? Wait, why does 0 delete? Delete the first stronghold from the list. So if you put in a... Oh, it just deletes 1 to 3. I see. This just deletes the third spot, which would be 4. So if I just put a number in here like 0 and run it... Okay, it deletes the first one. And then I need to delete the last 2, which would be... -2. Oh, it is -3, right? Because the last one doesn't count. And the first one count. Okay. Nope. Delete the last two strongholds from the list. So delete strongholds. For stronghold in strongholds. For eye in range. 0 to length of strongholds. Does that work? Delete strongholds. Delete the last two strongholds. It's just not. It's not negative. First part's right. Oh, I see what it's doing. It deleted Mordain. So I need to range from -1 to -2. Is that right? -1 to -3. I'm making it worse. So -2 deletes Mordain, which is the second to last. -1 deletes Gondolin, so I need to delete -1, -2. I know how to do it. I just don't know if it's supposed to be 3 separate lines of text like this. -0. So -1 deletes Gondolin. -2 deletes Mordia. So just oh, the list is updating. So if I do it like this, it's the list subtracting the zeros place, the list subtracting the the -1 spot, then subtracting the -1 spot. Oh shit. Okay, that's a little tricky. No, it's not tricky, but my brain wasn't like clicking there. I got it. Oh, so they just do -2 colon. Gotcha. Tuples.
Tuples. Tuples are collections of data that are ordered and unchangeable. You can think of a tuple as a list with a fixed size. Tuples are created with round brackets. My tuple equals this is a tuple, 45 true. Print my tuple 0. This is a tuple. Print my tuple 1. Print my tuple 2 true. While it's typically considered bad practice to store items of different types in a list, it's not a problem with tuples. Because they have a fixed size, it's easy to keep track of which indexes store which types of data. Tuples are often used to store very small groups, like 2 or 3 items of data. For example, you might use a tuple to store a dog's name and age. Dog equals Fido 4. Note: there is a special case for creating single-item tuples. You must include a comma so Python knows it's a tuple and not regular parentheses. Dog equals Fido.
Interesting.
Because tuples hold their data, multiple tuples can be stored within a list. Similar to storing other data in lists, each tuple within the list is separated by a comma. When accessing a list of tuples, the first index selects which tuple you want to access. The second selects a value within that tuple. My tuples equals this is the first tuple in the list, 45 true. This is the second tuple in the list, 21 false. Print my tuples. This is the first tuple in the list. Print my tuples 1. Number 45. Print my tuples 1. Tab. This is the second tuple in the list. Print my tuples 1 2. False tuple unpacking. You can easily assign the values of a tuple to variables using unpacking. Dog equals Fido 4. Dog name, dog age equals dog print dog name. Fido print dog age. When you return multiple values from a function, you're actually returning a tuple. Assignment. The Fantasy Quest character system needs a list of heroes to be able to run the game properly. Someone wrote some pretty nasty code, and the code in question creates a heroes list where every third index defines a new hero. First their name, then their age, then whether or not they're an elf. Fix the structure of the heroes list by changing it into a list of tuples, where each tuple represents one hero and contains their data in the same order.
Okay. So we can do like Glorfindel equals the tuple, the name, the age, and true. Gandalf equals Gandalf 1054 and false. Gimli. As I spelled Gimli. Equals Gimli. Was he really 389 years old? No, because Aragorn can't be 87. Oh, forgetting my parentheses. Aragorn. Oh. Then can I just add them all together? because of this. Oh, expected the result to be a list. I might have screwed the pooch here. Tuple unpacking. Dog name, dog age equals dog. Someone wrote some pretty nasty code, and the code in question creates a heroes list where every third index defines a new hero. First their name, then their age, and whether or not they're elf. Oh. Fix the structure of heroes list by changing it to a list of tuples. Where each tuple represents one hero and contains their data in the same order. Yeah. Heroes equals oh, is it just a comma? Alright, what is happening here? Expected result to be a list. Oh, like this, so it's heroes equals this, comma, the next tuple. The little copy pasta thing's in the way. I have to bracket this. Okay. Oh, okay. So you could just do it this and then bracket it correctly. You can leave the comma at the end too. Okay. Interesting. This one's a little bit different than what I was thinking. First element.
First element. Assignment. Let's add another function to our inventory system. Write a function that returns the first element from a list. If the list is empty, then return the string error instead.
The first element in a list. Just bracket the first one, right? But if there's like multiple tuples, right? So this is saying first tuple, second spot. So item from 0 spot. Oh, it has to be in parentheses. Okay. So like this. List index is out of range. 0? List index out of range. if items blank, return error. Else items zero write a function that returns the first element from the list. Just use this as a placeholder. Invalid syntax. Negative infinity. There's a colon. Syntax error expected colon. Oh, else. Infinity is not defined. What's the thing for infinity? Float. Can you do it like this? Integers or slices, not float. I have to do this over right back. Write a function that returns the first element from a list. If the list is empty, return error instead. Just gonna unpack the tuple, right? Which is items. So print my tuples. The first tuple 0, 0, the first item. So like this. An object is not subscriptable. List index out of range. So just need the first element on the list, and then we have to deal with the error. Find an item in a list. For item in items, if item equals leather scraps, found true. Item in items. If item equals item equals I guess if it's items, right? Return item. Alright, Boots, I think I need some help here. Can I just buy baked salmon forever? Your approach has some wandering thoughts. My astute learner's question. Okay. What exactly is the loop doing here? How does the item equal items make sense? It doesn't. Shouldn't you check the list if the list is empty first and directly return the first element if it isn't? Should you check the list is empty first and directly return the first element if it isn't? So if items input is nothing, right? If items equals none? Print error. What might be one more direct way of assessing the first element of a list in Python? How can you handle the case where the list is empty? A direct way of accessing the first element of a list in Python. Counting items in a list. Find an item in a list. What exactly is the loop doing here? Items equal items make sense. Shouldn't you check? Will be more directly accessing the first element of a list in Python. That List index is out of range. Checking for an empty list. Using none is unnecessary here, as it's a list isn't none when it's empty. Oh, okay. It's simply an empty list, brackets. You could use if not items to check for this. Yeah, print instead of return. How would you ensure the return value is error for an empty list while returning the first item otherwise? That's what I'm trying to figure out, man. I can just do this, right? The input of nothing is still broken, so else return item in slot 1. Right, so that's fine. If items equals items like that. I thought you couldn't have 2 returns though. Oh. I just needed to return the error. So if items equals nothing, return error. Else return items in the first slot. A little bit different. The length of the items equals 0. Return error. Okay.
Reverse list. Assignment. Some of our players would like to view their inventories in reverse order. Let's write a function that takes a list as an input and returns a new list except all the items are in reverse order. For example, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, A, B, C, D. Tip. The Python range function is very useful when working with lists. Where should you start your loop from? Where should you end your loop? What should the step be? In other words, how should you increment I in each iteration of the loop?
The increment in I is positive on the first loop. And then the second one, it's negative. -1. So it's gonna be list range. Nothing, colon. Nothing. 1. Python range. Where should you start the loop from? Some of the players like to view their inventories in reverse order. Let's write a function that takes the list of input and returns in a new list except all the items in reverse order. Can we just append it? We need to update the list. We want to print the entire list, but in reverse order. So we want to start at the end of the list. So we're gonna do range. We want to start at the end of the list. -1. And then we want to stop at 0. And the step wants to be -1. Five, 4, 30, 2, 1. Are these supposed to be colons? The arguments to range constructor must be integers, but built-in int or any object implements index special method. The step argument is omitted. It defaults to 1. If the star argument is omitted, it defaults to 0. Value error is raised. For a positive step, for negative step, contents we determine the formula ri start plus step times I, but the constraints are I is greater than or equal to 0 and ri is greater than or equal to stop. The value of the start parameter, or 0 if the parameter is not supplied. Stop the value of the stop parameter. Starting at -1, which is like the end, and 0 is the beginning. The advantage of range type over a regular list or tuple is that a range object will always take the same small amount of memory, no matter the size of range it represents. It only stores start, stop, and step values, calculating individual items and subranges as needed. Range objects implement the collections ABC sequence ABC, provide features such as containment tests, element index lookup, slicing, and support for negative indices. So can I do it like, it's not, maybe it's not range, it's items. Oh, why is it just printing those numbers? This object is not callable. So it's just printing. This is not what I want it to do, though. This. So if I do the list, but instead of 2, and I do -1. So items bracket. What happens to this? Expected reverse array. So I did print it out. I just have to return it. So that one's right. And then expected reverse array should be kite shield, iron breastplate, healing potion, shorts. Yeah, okay, I got it. I think I just returned this. So you just put a negative coefficient, or not, it's not a coefficient, it's the way the list counts. Okay. But will this pass all the other tests? So what did they write? New array brackets for I in range of the length of items -1 -1 -1. Okay, so that's the range function. New array dot append items I. Return new array. Just trying to understand what they did here. So the new array is equal to null brackets for I in range of the length of the items list. -1 from the start, -1 from the stop, and -1 to the step. -1 from the start would be 0. And then append the items into the new array, append items. I new return new array. Explain the solution. To reverse a list, we need to think about a few key concepts. We need to create a new empty list to store our reversed items. We need to iterate through the original list starting from end and moving towards the beginning. We need to add each item into our new list as we go. Let's think about the iteration. If we want to start from the end, what index does a list end at? Hint, if the list has a length of 5, what's the index of the last item? -1, right? What index should we stop at? Hint, the first valid index in the list, 0. Should we count up or down? Down. So, but they're saying is they're changing the range of the length of the items list to start at -1, right? Which is the end of the list. And end at -1? Oh, no, it's length of the items list -1. Okay, so we go to, like, say the list is 10, -1, we're starting at 9, because it's exclusive. The end is going to be -1. I don't understand that one quite. And then the step down is -1 each time. I wonder why the second number here, over here, is -1 and not 0. I understand this part as the total length of the items in the list -1, right? So that's our starting point, the end of the list. But the end of our new list is -1. Because what's the original list? The original list goes from 1 to the length of the items. So it wants us to end at 0. Okay. Maybe I think I understand that now. Because it's subtracting 1 from the original. And then we're stepping down by 1. I think that's what it's saying. Okay. It was a little tricky too.
Filter messages. You are about to write a bit more code in a single function than you have before. Do not try to write it all at once. Start with the outermost loop and work your way inwards. Add extra print statements and run your code often to make sure it's doing what you expect. Just make sure to remove the extra print statements before submitting your code. Running your code often to make sure each line is doing what you expect is called debugging. All programmers, even seasoned professionals, break large problems down into small ones that they can debug line by line. Assignment. We need to filter the profanity out of our game's live chat feature. Complete the filter messages function. It takes a list of chat messages as input and returns 2 new lists, a list of the same messages, but with all instances of the word dang removed. A list containing the number of dang words that were removed from the message at that particular index. Here are some examples. Messages. Dang it, Bobby. Look at it go.
Dang
Filter
it, Bobby.
Messages. Returns it, Bobby. Look at it go. Messages 2. That's the bloody dang reaper of Mars. Paxotelemanus. I was never taught how to use a dang razor. Filter messages. Returns. That's the bloody reaper of Mars. Paxotelemanus. I was never taught how to use a razor. 101. Here are the steps for you to follow. Create the 2 empty lists that you'll return at the end. one for the filtered messages, and one for counts of words removed.
All right, I'll be right back. I gotta take a leak. This looks interesting. I'll leave you with some Parappa the Rapper.
Great tasty pasta, blow to your chest. Great tasty sweets, blow to my chest. Ramen, udon, soba, you name it. Brownies, a pie, a shake, you name it. Any type of noodles you like, yes I got it. Any type of sweets you like, yes I got it. Whatever your thoughts may be, I'm bound to be the king of all foods with my noodles as the key. Full of pride and glory, way up above. 'Cause here I come, y'all, full of noodles and love. Noodles are the best, no doubt, can't deny. Taste better than water, but don't ask me why. Noodles are the best, no doubt, can't deny. Taste better than water, but don't ask you why. But then again, many things can be tasty. Cornbread, potatoes, rice, and even pastry. But then again, many things can be tasty. Cornbread, potatoes, rice, and even pastry. Then why do I love noodles so dearly? It makes no sense, I must have sounded really eerie. Then why do you love noodles so dearly? It makes no sense, you must have sounded real eerie. Thanks, brother, for letting me understand that a man must understand to keep his options open. Welcome, brother, for letting you understand that a man must understand to keep his options open. See? Noodles aren't the only food around, you know. Yeah, you're right. I'm up for some noodle sushi.
What? Hey. Alright, let's see.
For each message in the input list, split the message into a list of words using the .split string method, see below for help. Create a new empty list for all the non-bad words for this message. Create a counter variable and set it to 0. We'll increment this when we remove words from this message. For each word in the message, if the word is dang, increment the counter. If it is not dang, add the word to the non-bad word list you created. Join the list of non-bad words into a single string using the .join method, see below for help. Append the new clean message to the final list of filtered messages. Append the count of bad words removed to its list. Return the filtered messages first, then the count as tips. Because we are working with strings that need to be converted to lists and vice versa, here are some very helpful Python methods we can use to make our lives much easier. Split a string into a list of words. The .split method in Python is called on a string and returns a list by splitting the string based on a given delimiter. If no delimiter is provided, it will split the string on whitespace. Here's a quick example. Message equals hello there Sam, words equals message.split, print words. Prints, hello there Sam. Join a list of strings into a single string. The .join method is called on a delimiter, what goes between all the words in the list, and takes a list of strings as input. List of words equals hello there Sam. Sentence equals a list of words. Prints, hello there Sam.
Okay, so split and join are just opposite, essentially. Okie doke. Create two empty lists that you'll return at the end. One for filtered messages. Alright, so filtered messages. And one for word count for counts of words remove. Counts of words removed. Counts of words. For each message in the input list, split the message into a list of words using split string method. Okay. So words equals messages dot split print words list objects have no attribute to split. Split method in Python is called a string and returns a list of setting things on example of given delimiter. If no delimiter is provided, it will split the string on white space. Here's a quick example. So our messages are this. Print words. It didn't print the words though. List object has no attributes. Split. Oh, it's a list? So we have to join it. List object has no attribute. Join. Split the message into a list of words using split string method. So the messages equals whatever it's trying to say, but it's importing as a, the input is a list. It's not dot join. I guess I should just write it out how I think it's going to work. Split messages into a list of words using split string method below for help. Split is a method in column string returns by splitting the string based on a given delimiter. If no delimiter is provided, it will split the string on white space. Here's a quick example. Words equals message dot split print words, prints hello there Sam, but I'm in a split string already, into a list of words already. Create a new empty list for all the non-bad words for this message. Create a counter variable to set to 0. We'll increment this one and remove words from the message. For each word in the message, if the word is dang, increment the counter. If the word is not dang, add it to the non... Okay. If dang plus to counter else add the word to non-bad word list you just created. So we need to amend is it non-bad words dot amend. Yeah, how does the amend works? Dot append. Dot append brackets. Do I leave it blank? Whatever the text is. If it's not a bad word, append. I guess I don't have to put anything in here. I do have to put something in here, I think. I guess it's words. Join the list of non-bad words into a single string using dot and dot join. Non-bad words. So sentence equals dot join non bad words append the new clean message to the final list of filtered messages. Append the count of bad words removed to its list. Append the count of bad words removed to its lists. Counts of bad words is going to be equal to the counter, right? So counter. Like that. Unexpected indent. Can that sign sign to literal here? Maybe you meant equals equals instead of equals. Else invalid syntax. List object has no attributes. Split. Salmon has 2 gems. I see. Yes, I know I had an issue with the split. Messages dot split won't work properly in the case because messages is a list of multiple strings, chat messages. Dot split works on a single string. Have you considered iterating over each message in the list first? Checking your conditions for dang. In your if dang condition, the current implementation doesn't check each word in the split message. What could you do to loop through each word, decide if it could be removed? Appending a character instead of a word. Your append operation seems to add blank a space while considering the actual words. How can you ensure that it only adds a valid non-bad words to non-bad words? And one big thing to ponder, your loop seems to be missing. Why do you think you need a loop to process each message in messages? How might you restructure so you're working on one message at a time? Try revising your approach, young wizard, and let me know the next incantation will continue debugging it bit by bit. Okay. Messages.split won't work properly in the case because messages is a list of multiple strings, chat messages. It only works on a split, only works on a string. Have you considered iterating over each message in the list first? Elaborate one. Here's the problem. What lies in the variable messages actually represents. In the assignment, messages is a list of strings where each string is an individual message. For example, messages equals dang it Bobby, look at it go. When you try to call split directly on messages, you're treating the entire list like a single string. Oh, I see. Which can result in an error. The dot split method only works on strings, so you instead want to process each message string individually. To fix this, you should iterate through the list of messages using a for loop. For example, consider how this would work. For messages in messages. Oh. Using this approach, we're working with individual message strings within the list of messages, rather than trying to split the entire list at once. Now question you, how might you combine this iteration with constructing a clean filtered version of each message? Then you would join it. Oop. So print it out. Darn it, this thing won't work. Let's fight one-on-one. One word removed. So counter's right. Oh, it needs to be 0, 1, 0. What's the counter supposed to look like? A list is the same message but the instances of the word dang removed. A list containing the number of dang words that were removed from the message at a particular index. Okay. So we have each message split now. Checking condition for dang. If dang condition, the current implementation doesn't check each word in the split message. What could you do to loop through each word and decide if it should be removed? So counter +1. Elaborate on 2. This condition is essentially always true because the string dang is a non-empty, and in Python, non-empty values evaluate as true in a condition statement. Currently, the code isn't checking if the word itself is dang, instead it evaluates the truthfulness of dang. Oh. To address this, you'll need to loop through the words in the message, explicitly compare each word to dang, for example. Oh, it's another 4. Okay. So for word and words, if word is equal to the value dang, counter +1. So for the word in word, if the word is dang, counter +1. Otherwise, non-bad words append word. Okay, so it's checking to see if the word is dang. If it is, it's counter +1. Otherwise, it will just append the word. to the word variable. We're looping through each word in the list where it's split in the message using split. If the word equals dang, this comparison ensures that you're only reacting when the word say dang. If the word matches, you increment the counter. Else, for all other words, you add the item to non-bad words list, which is the clean words, non-profanity, which non-profanity are being accumulated. Now let me ask you something. Inside this loop, how will you handle cases where the word dang appears multiple times within the same message? Is your counter ready for such an event? No. How you has multiple dangs in one sentence? If the word equals dang, counter goes up by 1. Otherwise, it goes through the thing. So this wouldn't work, huh? So the counter would not work. To fix this, we need to ensure that the counter is incremented every single time the word dang is found. Since we're already looping through each word in the message, your counter will naturally increase as we detect more instances of dang. For each dang encounter, you can independently add 1 to your counter like so. Yeah, that's what I have. This approach ensures that every single dang in the message is counted. Know how many times it appears. The wizard tip is careful spellcasting. What if dang appears in the sentence followed by punctuation like dang or dang comma? Would your current implementation still detect it properly? If not, how might you handle such a case? It would still detect because it's just looking for the word. The issue lies in punctuation that may be cling to dang. For instance, the word like dang, dang comma passes through dot split. It'll still have punctuation attached to it. Dang remains dang exclamation point unless you explicitly account for such variations. If word equals dang will not match correctly, as dang is not the same as dang exclamation point. To handle this, you might consider stripping punctuation from each word before evaluating it. For example, oh shit. Okay, so before the if statement. So clean word equals word strip of punctuation. Remove common punctuation. And then if the clean word equals dang, counter will increase. The dot strip method removes any characters passed to it, in this case comma, period, exclamation, and question marks, from the beginning and end of the word. This allows us to accurately compare just the word dang without worrying about trailing punctuation. The non-bad words append word ensures that the original text punctuation intact will stay in the final cleaned message unless it's a dang. How do you feel about this approach? Would this solve the punctuation problem fairly, or do you see any complications with certain edge cases? Like edge people? Edgers? Other punctuation would have to be stripped. Few punctuation marks mentioned might not be sufficient for all cases. The world of chat messages can be quite varied, full of unexpected punctuations like colons, semicolons, or even parentheses. Yeah, people making little boobies with their text. If you want to comprehensively handle all possible punctuation, you can use Python's string punctuation, string.punctuation, which contains most, if not all common punctuation characters. Here's how you might expand your approach. So we strip string.punctuation. Okay. One small challenge remains. In some cases, punctuation may appear inside a word like dong or daang. These scenarios might still cause the dang check to fail. Handling these requires deciding how strict or lenient your filter should be. Should dang match as much as dong? Dong, say untouched? Or should all variants of dang be removed? Which approach do you think suits the task better? Lenient. Dang's not that bad of a word. Now here's a question, double check your understanding. Suppose you encounter this input message. Dang, 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 dang. After this filtering larger, how many dangs will be removed and how many will remain? It's 3 removed, 1 remains. Does your current implementation also ensure that the cleanup message is reassembled properly afterwards? If not, you might want to use... How might you use .join to put these non-bad words together into a single filtered string? Thought I had a non-bad words in join. Yeah, I do. Scope of words. Your words variable is defined inside the first for loop over messages, but the loop ends before the words are used again on the second for loop. This means words in the second loop is based on the last message preceded, not the correct current message. Not bad words and counter. These variables are currently defined in the outer scope before the inner loop over words, but should be reset for each individual message. Otherwise, they'll accumulate values while processing multiple messages. Missing import string. You use string.punctuation for stripping punctuation, but your code doesn't actually import the string module. Oh. I'll just put the common. Blah, 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 blah. Append results. You're only appending one sentence and one counter value to the filtered messages and counts words removed. This happens after processing the final message rather than after processing each message. How to fix. You need to bring related operations like processing words, building sentences, and counting bad words inside to form message in messages loop. Like that. Clear, reset the variables like non-bad words and counter for each message to accurate results. Clear or reset variables like non-bad words and counter for each message to ensure accurate results. I don't know if I know how to do that. Reset it. Import string to use string punctuation. Yeah, just gonna skip that one. Iterate through messages. Process each message by splitting it into words. Words equals message.split, print words. Yeah. Reset non-bad words and counter per message. At the start of the processing each message, clear these. How do I do that? Process each word in the message. Strip the punctuation, check for dang, and update non-bad words and counter. Rebuild the sentence. Use .join to join the clean words into a single unfiltered message. Join non-bad words into a sentence. Append results at the filter. Add the filter sentence to the filtered messages. And count the count of removed words to the count of words removed. Here's a rewritten version of your code that incorporates these corrections. Import string, filter messages, filtered messages. Unexpected indent. Oops. Oh, yeah, I probably should separate these out. Here we go. File executive line 6 module. Unexpected indent line 11. Filter messages. Counts of words removed. List. List to hold filter messages. List to hold counts of dang. For messages in message. Words equals message dot split. Right? Splits the message into words. Print the words. Oh, we don't need to print the words. Non-bad words equals that. Counter equals 0. For the word in words, clean the word. Don't want me to use string dot punctuation. I have to import string though. Is that right? Like that? Process each word in the message. For word in words, clean word, strip string with strip string punctuation to get rid of all the extra punctuation. If it's a clean word equal to dang, the counter will go up by 1. Else, non-bad words will be appended to the word variable. Sentence equals quote unquote dot join non-bad words, filter messages to append sentence. Counts of words. Counts of words remove dot append counter. Return filter message as a what do you call it? Join. Your return statement is currently inside the for message in messages. Oh. This means it will prematurely return results after processing just the first message, instead of processing the entire message list. Now that it's working, what would you do if there were other bad words like heck and you wanted to filter them out as well? How might you expand this logic to handle multiple bad words? You can just add it to the if clean word equals dang, heck, or other bad words. Could add it to... Could add it to line 14. Oh, okay. In the series, dang. Okay. Here's a fully updated version of filtering with dang and heck. Bad words. Okay, so you can say bad words list is dang and heck and shit piss fuck. And then when you go to if clean word in bad words, it's referring to this list. Check the words list for bad words. Counter gets +1. Otherwise, append it. Okay. How much you further improve this code to make bad words list configurable dynamically, like accepting it as a function argument? How much you further improve this code to make the bad words list configurable dynamically? I don't know. Would you convert the bad words to like a split? I don't know. Split the bad words? It would make the function more If you mean splitting the bad words so that they are dynamically provided as a sequence, perhaps passed into a function, this is a fantastic enhancement. It would make the function more versatile for handling various contexts, letting you manage different lists of bad words needed. Here's how you can pass a list of bad words to the function. We can modify the function so it takes additional argument, a list of bad words. This way the logic is no longer tied to the predefined list. Instead, the caller of the function specifies a list of bad words. Define filter messages, bad words, filter to messages, counts of words removed. For message and messages, words equals message dot split, non-bad words, counter equals 0. For word and words, clean word equals word dot strip string punctuation, clean word. If clean word in bad word. Counter +1. Else. Non-bad words that... Okay, so you can bring like the bad words to the top. I see. How it works, argument. You pass a list of functions so that filtering adapts to the context. A clean word checks if it's a bad words list. If it's there, it's removed from the message, contributes to the counter. The rest of the function remains the same. Let's call the functions with a list of messages and different sets of bad words. Dang it. What the heck happened? Oh, dang. Heck no. This is clean and cool. This is clean and cool. All right. So they just put this quote unquote join non-bad words into where sentences. Jesus, cooked my brain. Might have to go through this one again, but... I think it's the same, it's just that bottom was a little bit different. And we named some things a little different, but... Oh, this is different. If word equals dang... Removed plus counter +1, yeah. They didn't strip the punctuation. The bear kind of got me into stripping the punctuation, alright? We went down a rabbit hole. Okay. Alright, I think I'm cooked. I think my brain is cooked. I think that's going to be it for me today. I'll be on later. I'm going to try to do some Path of Exile racing. Path of Exile 2 racing. Getting ready for the... They're having an event.
Sleeping in the cold below.
Where was it? I don't know if there's a PoE 1 here. It's PoE 1. But the PoE 2 is having a race, so... I think it's Act 1 through Act 3. It's softcore race, but if you die, there's a minute penalty. I think you have to stand there for like a minute or something like that. But I have to get my my pathing down. I'm gonna be doing Sorceress, so we'll try to figure that shit out. And so I'll be on later. I had a good time today. I got a little stuck out here at the end, but I might have to review that on my my own time. But I'll be on tomorrow. If I don't catch you, have a good evening. Peace. Peace and chicken grease. Have a good evening.
Today we sail on the solar rail, for there's much we just don't know. So farewell with a kiss, then it's fast for the mist, till we're all sleeping in the cold below.
Ooh, it's a good one.